Greetings, Ebodenyan. How are y'all doing on this fine Monday? I myself am doing well. I have an appointment on Wednesday, so I can't really do my writing stream this week. Because the appointment's like at 2 p.m. and I start my streams at 1 p.m. So, we are drawing in OC in a gonjus dress. I should probably take a screenshot of the dress in question. And it's this dress, which is the Maison Rouge Mademoiselle gown from Faithful Doll, which is nearly 500 bucks. So obviously, I can't really afford that, but I can draw my OCs in it. And that is what I'm going to be doing. And fun fact, this is one of the OCs I inflicted my endometriosis on. Her name is Serafina. And originally she did not have a name. Originally she was just called Fashion Buddy. Which, for those who don't really read a lot of fanfiction in the Transformers fandom, allow me to explain the term buddy. It's basically just an insert, like a placeholder name for like a reader insert character, or sometimes, or like a placeholder name for an OC. I, of course, used this placeholder when I was originally writing the fic I had for her, because I didn't know what to name her. That and YN, or like UN, is kind of like boring. So I just referred to her as Buddy. The whole time. But there are some facts about her, and I kind of like made her concept like kind of like based off of like angst, like based on like a hypothetical. Because this is obviously a Transformers Prime OC. Well, obviously a Transformers OC. Because, you know, I don't know. But basically her deal is that, other than, the endometriosis, she's also the daughter of Silas, who, for those who don't remember or don't know, is basically the human villain of the show. So I kind of like made this hypothetical of like, what if he, you know, had a child, and that child of his ended up befriending the 3 kids of Team Prime, you know, Jack, Miko, and Raphael. Imagine if she ends up befriending them, and then she has to choose between her father and, you know, the people that he has befriended. Like, that's like kind of a good idea for angst, you know? Of course, Transformers Prime has like very limited characters, which honestly I feel like that's one of the strongest aspects about it, because it allowed them to like flesh out the characters more, because they didn't have to worry about like a bunch of different characters, you know, to like develop. They, you know, had the three main human characters, Jack, Miko, and Raphael. And there was, you know, the first actual Transformers characters that we see, who are RC, Optimus, Bulkhead, and Ratchet. And of course there is also Cliffjumper, but he dies very early on. But yeah, I think originally the writers for Transformers Prime were going to be using Ironhide instead of, you know, Bulkhead. But probably like because Bulkhead was introduced in Transformers Animated, they probably like wanted to show him in, you know, more of the franchise. So instead of, you know, Ironhide, we got Bulkhead. Which, honestly, I didn't even realize was that when I was, you know, watching it as a kid. But to be fair, I don't really remember a lot of the episodes. I only really remember one. I remember one episode out of all of them. I like to mention that I never watched season 3, so I'm probably gonna end up having to do that. But the best way I can describe it is, it's the episode with RC and Arachnid, which is just super toxic Yuri coded. That's the best way I can describe it. And I find it really ironic that that's the one episode I remember watching. That, and I think the Scraplet episode. But yeah. If you ever plan on like trying to get into Transformers and you're unsure which series to go with, Transformers Prime is probably like the best one to start off with. One, because all the episodes are on YouTube for free. At least I think so. They're all free on the official Transformers channel on YouTube. But also because of, you know, the fact that all of the characters are, you know, limited. Like, it's not like a kajillion characters. There's like, you know, G1 and stuff. But there's still like enough characters to add some variety. That and, you know, Transformers Prime has Knockout. Like the most well-known version of Knockout. Knockout does show up in, you know, the earlier series. Because he was part of one of the combiners in Generation 1. Along with, you know, Breakdown. But basically, the Transformers Prime version of Knockout is like very different as a character. I see, I put this in on the wrong layer. But basically, the big thing about like Transformers Prime is that because of, you know, the limited amount of characters in the, you know, story, like, as limited as a Transformers show can get, you know, that allows for, you know, more interesting characters to be written. And there's also its sister series, Rescue Bots, which is, you know, aimed for a much younger audience, like preschoolers, I think. There's like a whole episode involving lobsters. But to be fair, the setting of the Rescue Bots is in Maine, and I believe, which I think is known for its lobsters. I do not know. It's also the Pine Tree State. You overheard indeed. Maine is the lobster capital of the US. Alright, so that is why Rescue Bots had a lobster episode. That indeed makes sense. You know that because of Nick Di-Giovanni? Ah, yes. I remember for like a period of time, while I was scrolling through YouTube Shorts, I would frequently get lobster videos, like, basically to describe them, like a lot of them, they were like talking about like lobsters and like, yeah, YouTube chef indeed. I know of Nick Giovanni. He collaborated with Beto and Hollis once too, which, going back to the lobsters, the one thing I remember, like, basically there were like two types of shorts that they had that I remember. One of them is just like, they basically just called a lobster a stud, gave them a fish and just yeeted them back into the ocean. That, or they had a female lobster who had eggs, which they refer to as eggers, who they would proceed to give a fish and then flop, yeet them into the ocean, but on their back, to protect the egg. Because apparently there's like very strict regulations on lobster. like, basically, because of, you know, how much lobster has been fished, like, you know, overfishing, like, it used to be a poor person, lobster used to be a poor person food, now it's considered a luxury, but that's because we overfished them to oblivion. Now they're way more expensive. But basically, there's like a lot of regulations for, you know, lobsters. Like, you can only, like, you can only keep a lobster of a certain size. If it gets any bigger, aka more older, you have to eat them back into the ocean whence they came. It is basically, you know, the main thing I remember about lobsters. That they used to be poor people food. Imagine the reaction of people who, you know, lived in that time where lobster was considered poor person food. Just having them react to people who, well, nowadays, who consider her lobster to be a luxury. Just imagine their reaction, you know, to that information. Crew, I must scroll. I must scroll. Hair colors. Also, I'm gonna try and, you know, balance her hair color out with, you know, making her skin a little darker. She's still going to be hypnotically Caucasian, but at least there will be better contrast. But I kind of like made Serafina here as like to be kind of a foil to Miko. Basically, like, kind of like she's meant to be a little more chill to Miko's chaos. But she doesn't entirely shut down Miko's chaos. She just goes, maybe a little less chaos will help. Or like try to redirect said chaos to like something a little less destructive if the situation calls for it. Serafina, however, is not immune to chaos. She will occasionally join in on the chaos. She just doesn't do it as often. Mostly because she sometimes has better things to do. said better things. Sewing. Like, not like farming in kind. Like, making clothing kind. Because she, like, plans on becoming a fashion designer. Which, I imagine, like, basically, like, the big thing about her is that, like, one thing about her dynamic with, you know, her dad in the series is that, you know, even though he's rarely ever at home, he at least tries to encourage her interests because it's not that destructive. Like, learning how to sew clothes and, you know, design clothes is way less destructive to, you know, everything in the world. I hear an airplane. But yeah, basically the big thing about Sarah Hafina here is, you know, that her dad kind of like encourages her interests, like, even if he's not able to be like there as often as he wants to, because he, you know, does villain stuff, he at the very least tries to encourage his, you know, daughter to pursue, you know, her interests. Like, I can imagine, like, sometimes when he travels, that he, like, sometimes picks out, like, fabrics for, you know, Sarah to kind of, like, use in any of her projects. And skin tones. There's a bunch of them here. I'm going to try and go with a neutral? So basically something that I plan on doing is that this is kind of like a very easy thing to notice if, you know, a character has like very light skin but is also like has like platinum blonde hair or something along those lines. The contrast sucks. So basically I clip this to the colors, then I do layer mode as color. I then choose black. And then we do this. And this is how you can test how much contrast, you know, the design has. Pretty much. Basically, the main thing you need to look for is, like, if, you know, the clothes over, if, you know, the skin, basically the biggest thing is you need to have the skin somewhat contrast the, you know, hair. You need that to contrast well in order to, you know, make sure that they don't blend into each other. So basically, the big thing is, like, if, you know, if I either made the, you know, hair a little darker or the skin a little lighter, then this contrast will, you know, be less contrasty, and therefore a little more, not so contrasty. And that means, it might be hard to kind of like figure out what the color is meant to go with which part of the body. Like, if I make her skin a little lighter, which I probably am, I'm going to try to avoid making it, like, too light. But probably, like, I'm gonna check with that. Just, like, it's a very delicate balance, especially with, you know, lighter skinned characters. Like, it can get really easy to, like, accidentally make the contrast, like, too low on a character if, you know, they are fair skinned and have very light colored hair. That's why sometimes, if you experience that with, you know, any of your character designs, you either have to make their skin darker or you have to make their hair darker. Basically, the big thing is that basically you either have to have like, you can't like make your character like ultra pale and, you know, give them ultra light hair. Like, that leads to poor contrast. You have to have at least one of them be somewhat darker than the other in order for, you know, the contrast to work. And in order for that contrast to work, you have to have different values. Like, you need to make sure that these two colors are, you know, different enough when you turn it into, like, if you use a black and white filter, you need to make sure that they contrast so that, you know, none of the details get muddled. Like, sometimes it can get harder to do that with, like, dark-skinned characters because some of us, you know, don't really learn. A lot of us aren't really taught, like, how to do darker skin tones. You know, like tutorials and stuff, unless you, like, basically, unless you actively search for those tutorials. It's hard to naturally find tutorials, like, in everyday searches that, you know, help with, you know, making characters with darker skin tones. usually you have to kind of like search for those yourself. And I think that sucks. Those should be a little more readily accessible. But if I go to Patchoul's Revenge and I get out Linnea, and if I do the same thing I did with Seraphina, you know, over here, y'all can see some of the contrast here is lackluster. Like, the colors here make it, you know, contrast enough, but if I put it in black and white, y'all can barely see the difference. Which means that I'm either going to have to... I don't really want to make her skin any lighter, so I'm probably going to have to make her hair a little lighter in tone, or make it darker. Like, maybe if I do this? Like, sometimes if you know, notice, if you do a contrast test and you realize that certain things fail in the contrast test, that means you have to change those colors to either be lighter or darker, depending on, you know, what the contrast test, you know, shows. It kind of like depends. Depends a lot. Alright. This is somewhat better in terms of a contrast test. But something about Seraphina that I want to show. Is basically like, something about her is that I kind of wanted her to have like different, you know, dyed hair colors, like depending on like the season or anything along those lines. This is like, I'm going to grab some of the Picrus I have of her. Like, if I can find some of them. But basically, so I'm gonna make this as big as I can. So right now this is, you know, her, you know, current hair color, like the dye color for her hair. It is like purple. But, and so these are by the same artist on Picru. And these two are the same, basically. But at some point she's going to have like green. Hello, pastel lover, art yum indeed. But at some point she is going to have both green hair and red head for like highlights. Hello indeed. I hope you do well. I'm kind of like just figuring out like colors. You know, for the hair. For this OC of mine. Mostly sick as a dog, but it gives you more of an excuse to draw. Yeah. It looks wonderful. I'm glad you like her. Her name is Serafina, and she's like a Transformers Prime OC. Which actually, let me go check go to my Tumblr. That is, if Tumblr is going to load. So, I think I can just go to my activity for my writing blog. Remember my beloved and beloved. So this is the fic in question. Basically, it's about like, you know, it's kind of like something that is a little more familiar for me to write in terms of fan fiction. Basically, something I tend to do a lot is that I tend to write reader inserts who have endometriosis. Because I also have endometriosis. Yeah, OCs have a special place in your heart. Yeah. That's so real. I suspected that. Yeah. But basically, the big thing about, you know, this character here is that she's a little closer to, you know, my experiences with endometriosis. There is another for like a non-specified continuity, but she has endometriosis that ends up in her lungs, so she has to cough that up during her period. But basically, one of the big things about her is that, you know, she is... Originally, I wrote her down as, like, Fashion Buddy, because originally she did not have a name. But I knew that she was, like, going to be a character who's, like, really interested in fashion. So that is kind of, like, what I decided to write her as. And she is also meant to be the daughter of the main human villain of the story of Transformers Prime. So, it leads to a lot of angst, you know, on her end. And I also made her so that her mother is from Griffin Rock, so she has a bit of a tie to, you know, the sister series Rescue Bots. Angst is lovely, yeah. But pretty much, the main thing about Sarah here is that she is, you know... One of the big things about her that I have is that she is kind of like a bit protective of Raphael. And that's partially because, you know, she kind of like was going to be a big sister, like, as a toddler at one point, but you never watched any of it, but hey, still sounds cool. Well, you probably have gone to the right place, because Transformers Prime is like one of the best series to kind of like start off with, in terms of like, because there's not like a lot of like, there's not like an overabundance of characters. There's the show has like relatively limited characters, and that allows, you know, the writing to kind of like show through. That is, if you can get over the boring setting of the desert. You wish you were good at watching series, but you know why you never stick with anything. I understand that. Your habit fixation takes all of your head. Yeah. But basically, I also haven't watched Transformers Prime in a long time. I need to rewatch it again. But there's also, you know, the comics. Like, ironically enough, I revitalized my You hold your little skunk please and your own characters until you've built up and shake them around like a shaker charm. Yeah. That's kind of what I've been doing with my story of Patchley's Revenge. Which, as I won't be able to write any of it this week, I get to explain it. So, this is the protagonist of Patchley's Revenge. Poke him with a stick and go try yourself, I don't have the energy, yeah. But basically, this is Patchley. I made her in like 2023, like basically a month or two before I got hyperfixated with Transformers. Basically, hey, your main character also has purple hair. Hey, besties! But basically, it needs to be in a church. Oh god, what a quinky dink. But anyway. And I'm trying because of their mom. Oh god. Well, at least they have a lot of things in common if they ever become friends. Group therapy sessions! But basically, the Patchley here is like from a realm of like powerful spirits. Both mom bad and cry. Yeah. Basically, she kind of like ran away from, you know, her home because, you know, her mother was like emotionally neglectful and like sometimes downright abusive. And her older sister was just like, I do not think that my little sister should be living in here anymore. She should know what love is like. So she kind of like helped her little sister sneak away and, you know, go to the Scold Church, which worships the god Gimli. As she should, indeed. Fun fact, I based her mom off of my grandmother. Not the one who is dead, by the way. The one who is unfortunately still alive. Yeah, I'm a Lord of the Rings fan and you thought I said Gimli and was surprised. Nope. This is, I've never watched or read Lord of the Rings. You based your character's mother her off you before you made her literally cruel. Oof. But yeah. Basically, Patchley, like, ran away from home when she was 10 with the help of her older sister. But unfortunately, as her older sister was, you know, the favored child of, you know, of the home, she could not, you know, move in, like, stay there with her sister. So they had to just, no, wait, what if she's gonna be the bane of my existence? She can't be me, she's mean. Yeah. Like, mostly because she was, you know, the firstborn. And Patchley is, you know, the secondborn. Of course, they both had different names back then. Patchley was Lavender and her older sister was Primrose. But basically, they, after, you know, moving into the church, she picks her new name. Yeah, flower names. They all kind of like have a flower motif with their names. And basically, the reason why is because there are like 7 arcs. they're all named after the scientific names for certain flower species. And these are kind of like based off of, you know, because the characters are named after these. Funiculum vulgare, which is the current, you know, arc I'm working on right now, is for the character Fennel. Their character would fucking beeline for them. He's a botanist and loves flowers. So, this is something that I plan on making a novel one day. Like, I've already finished working on... I've written like 5 chapters so far. Or I believe. But basically, I wanted to do like section breaks that are kind of like based on what arc you are currently reading through. Like, for example, you wish you could write, huge props to me. Well, writing takes a lot of practice. I remember, like, back when Google Plus was a thing, if anyone remembers that, I used to partake in a lot of the role-playing communities. And, yeah, Google Plus. I am that old. Holy shit, indeed. But, yeah, that's kind of like how I started off learning how to write. Then, eventually, I started writing fan fiction and original stories, and now I'm here. You just tossed a ball to my face, basically? Oh, God. Woo! But basically, these are like the section breaks, like ideas for, you know, the, you know, chapters and the arcs that they are in. For example, if they are in the Lavandula Spica arc, this is like the concept I have for that, you know, section break. And then, basically, the board in the center is like an object or a symbol connected to the character the arc surrounds. And then to the left and right is the flowers that they are named after. Like Osmanthus fragrans is for Osmi. And Lilium candidum is for Lily. Hydrangea macrophylla is for Hydrangea. Dahlia coquinea is for Dahlia. And Pogosimon cablin is for Patchouli once again. I might end up making these into like... Once I get to making them, I might make them into like vectors. You're reminding me that you have to build on the cult fusion. In this story, you don't have a real cult? Well, now you can make one. And you can base it off of actual cults that have existed. Yeah, this is looking a little Christmassy, but rest assured that I'm just trying to figure out the colors. Exactly. But yeah. Basically, reminds you of a watermelon, actually. Wow. Probably because it's black. Like, not gonna lie. But yeah. You had a teacher who dyed her hair like that all the time. Ooh. Yeah. She has these colors, like, individually. I'm just trying to figure out, like, you know, what colors would best fit her. Like, what would contrast well, using the contrast test. Yeah. Colors are, they just are. Indeed. So, I'm going to make a little sketch of like, kind of like a chibi full body. And this is kind of like, you love drawing full body things. You can't not do it. Yeah. kind of like just doing something a little basic here. The brain has conditioned you. But yeah. I'm kind of like just doing a basic, you know, thing here. And I usually don't really draw full bodies. Like, it's a very rare occasion for me to draw like an actual full body. Like, last time I really did one was for like, you know, my 2.0 model. We're not the same there, Lamau, but no. Oh, that's so real. But yeah, the last time I actually did a full body was, you know, when I was drawing my 2.0 model for, you know, Life 2D, since I'm kind of like trying to work on that. You know, trying to at least finish most of the rigging before my semester begins in February. Which actually, I'm going to bring in out Life 2D. Yours already begun? How yee! But yeah. Right now, the main thing I need to do is like, I need to do the body Z. Let me out to graduate, now I'm tired! Oof. But this is, you know, my 2.0 model. But now I'm only really rigging the left side here, because I plan on like copy and pasting the limbs over to the other side. I still have yet to do the body Z. And I also need to do the, you know, some of the head movements here. But if I get out the physics settings, another bot. Looks wonderful though. Yeah. Saw that? Yeah. Basically, this is kind of like the current work I have. I need to do the corners for, you know, the, sucks when bots just do that. Yeah. Right now, I kind of need to work on the corners for this. But something I'm also doing is, if I get it out, I am currently working on the cursor. Her looks yummy. I'm glad you think so. Right now, I'm currently working on the cursor. I'm pretty much done with the cursor X and Y. I just need to do the corners. There's for that, and then that will be done. And this is like one of the most important, you know, toggles that I'm going to be using the most often. Because, you know, I do a lot of art streams. And as y'all can probably tell, in fact, let me go get out my current model. You gotta go eat some dinner, but you'll try to be back. Understandable. If I go to my toggles, this is literally just one image. So it ends up looking a little subpar. And in contrast, if I go here, I just have a bunch of warps and stuff. Because a lot of this are separated. I separated a lot of the, I separated all the fingers and stuff for the art. Pretty much. Rawr, I'm here. Welcome back, Noely Day. The blood to me is finished. Coolio. But yeah. This is pretty much what I need to do. I need to make these into corners. Like, I need to make the corners just here. But I'm gonna do that later. Because we have reached an hour. Which game should you ruin your dad on today? I'm not sure. But right now I am at the 1 hour point of stream, so I need to go. Your day. Oh, typo. Fatherly typo. But yeah, I need to do an intermission before I, like, do anything else. Because, you know, I, need to use the bathroom. And I try to take breaks, like, every hour. So that I don't drive myself insane. So I shall return in a few minutes. Because I need to use the bathroom. I shall return. Alright, everybody nyan, I have returned. I have sufficiently emptied the bowels. So, yeah. Also, trust me, if I could, you know, like, run ads, I would have done so. But I am not some. My content is not monetized at all. So, yeah. That is basically, that's why it's just like, y'all have to wait a while for me to return. So, yeah. So, yeah. And to kind of info dump about Serafina a little more. Basically, she is like, I think I already explained her earlier, but basically she is a aspiring fashion designer who lives in the town of Jasper. One of the big things is that she is the next door neighbor to Jack. And she, you know, is kind of like sort of friends with Miko because she is like studying Japanese because eventually she wants to like go to Japan to like learn fashion designing from there. And yeah. And she is like a bit protective of Raph. Like, she tries to be a good influence on him. Partially because she, you know, she was meant to be an older sister, but her little brother was stillborn. So she couldn't really, like, you know, be an older sister until she, you know, meets him. And she tries her best not to be, like, super overbearing. Like, she is, like, trying very hard to, like, make a good impression and trying to be a good influence on him. Like, she tries so hard to be a good influence on Raphael that she ends up lecturing Jack sometimes because, you know, she doesn't want him to become a terrible person. Like, that's kind of like what she's desperately trying to do. Because she thinks that she considers him like an opportunity for her to like feel like fulfill the role of the older sister that she had torn away from her when she was very young. And, you know, she kind of just wants to try and be a a good influence on him. And because of that, she is like very judgmental of, you know, Jack and his, you know, some of the other characters. Because she thinks that sometimes, even if their heart is in the right place, they're like being bad influences on him. And I'd like to mention that Raph, for those who aren't familiar with Transformers Prime, he's like 12 years old. He's like a super genius kid. Or something along those lines. And kind of like helps Ratchet with, you know, human technology and stuff. And Serafina also spends a lot of time at the base. But that's mostly because, you know, she considers it a place where she can, like, you know, design some of her outfits for, you know, some of her assignments and, you know, classes and stuff. That, and it's like the place where she regularly can, you know, interact with Miko, who often helps her with, you know, her Japanese and stuff. So they kind of like often do that together. So that's kind of like Sarah in a nutshell. She's kind of like someone who kind of like, she is like someone who like is trying to be a responsible adult. As responsible as a 16-year-old can get, if that is. Like, she knows how to drive. She has her license and all that. But despite that, she has like subpar social skills. And a random fact about her is that she kind of like runs a fashion blog. Like, kind of like a faceless creator on the interwebs. And she just runs a blog where she like talks about, you know, fashion. And, you know, sometimes like shares some of her own designs. And that is part of the motivator as to why she is learning Japanese. Because, you know, she wants to be like some degree of polyglot. So that, you know, if she ever travels internationally to like learn, you know, fashion, she at the very least knows enough of the language to kind of like get by and, you know, communicate with the people she works with. So, I'm going to name some of these layers. Ah. And let's put these here. Name this. And now we can move here. Feet, I'm so sorry I'm late, Gully. It's okay. Hey, Bean. Hey, you are within, like, the second hour. Also, the snow from last week is pretty much already gone. Like, there's not a lot of it left. I actually have another file with Seraphina here. I need to it's here, which I have this little sketch here as well. But yeah, she isn't the most emotionally stable, but she tries. She is at least trying to be somewhat emotionally stable. Like, as a person. Unfortunately, when you deal with pretty bad endometriosis, and you're, you know, actively in high school, your emotional state can be a little questionable. Because, you know, puberty and all that. But yeah. I imagine Seraphina is, like, the kind of person who, like, will sew her own clothing if, you know, she is able to have the materials for doing so. And despite, you know, basically living in the desert, she's still going to wear her sweater. Because temperature regulation can be kind of whack. But yeah. That is basically her in a nutshell. She kind of, like, is a fashion-forward character, but her mental health is, like, her mental and physical health are not the best. And she kind of, like, she kind of, like, often makes her own clothes if she can. That, or she, like, goes to a thrift store, finds something she likes, and just tailors it to fit. But yeah, other than that, she's, like, relatively chill. she doesn't really like... She isn't like as unhinged as, you know, some others. But she is still at least somewhat like losing her mind. But the big nuance about that is, you know, she literally has a chronic condition that causes her pain every single month. And because of that, you know, she is like, her emotional stability is somewhat lackluster. She is like losing her mind to some degree. Whether it's because of, you know, the active war between two alien species that she accidentally got roped into, partially due to her father trying to kill them. Or just, you know, the exhaustion that comes with having Miko Nakadai as a friend. She tends to get... She's like kind of like exhausted of everything. She just wants to, you know, work on her assignment so that she can, you know, try and, you know, get into a fashion design school. And, you know, try to, at the very least, you know, survive her school until she's able to, like, move her education forward. She's just doing the best that she can. And my yapping is quite soothing. I'm glad you think so. Now I'm just talking to myself, like info dumping about this OC into the void. Because it is all I can do. It is all that I know. Well, I do know other things, but info dumping is an expertise. Yeah, something she also does is wear, like, ring claws. She doesn't wear them all the time. Like, she obviously takes them off while she's driving. Or, like, doing something that requires, like, a lot of exercise or, like, hand-eye coordination. Like, obviously she doesn't wear it when she's doing stuff in science class. Or, like, actively doing any experiments in, you know, science class. Obviously, she takes it off. But usually she kind of, like, tries to accessorize. You know, to some degree. Because she wants to be fashionable. Also, hello, I'm back. Welcome back, Pastel Lover. I hope you do well. Hard to tell, but woo! Woo indeed! We continue on indeed. Also, these, like, finger rings are kind of like a bit of a way to connect herself to Knockout. Basically, like, one of the first Decepticons she really encounters is Knockout. So, Bart, you wanna do? Also, really have those kinds of finger rings? Ayy. But yeah, she basically is like someone that, you know, accessorizes a lot, and sometimes whenever she's like feeling like well enough, like when she's, you know, not actively crying in her bed due to her period cramps, like every few weeks or so, sometimes she likes to like go out and, you know, sketch outfits based on cars that she sees. And that's probably how she first encounters Knockout. He's like kind of a character who like takes pride in his appearance. He is literally referred to as sexy by the actual producers of the show. Like, I'm not joking, by the way. He is actually referred to as sexy, you know, by the actual producers of the show. Which is why he, you know, behaves like that. Yes, yippee indeed. And along with that, he also flirts with basically every single little Transformer character in the series, including Optimus Prime. He literally has the fucking sweet rims line. Which, actually, let me go pull up the audio for that. It's this line.
Sweet rims, 24 gauge. You're real heavy duty, just like my friend here.
That's the line. That is the line. He literally just flirts with every single character. Not the humans, though. That would be a little weird. He also gets pepper sprayed. You know, by Agent Fowler. Who's one of the human characters in the show. Oh no! Indeed a no! Indeed a no! Oh no! You're such a dumbass at times. It happens. It happens it happens more often than y'all think. But yeah. You have a single brain cell, and it's like the DVD logo bouncing around in your head. And when it hits a corner, a thought is formed. And the thought is about your OC. Of course. But yeah. This is Serafina. You are simple and that's enough for you. Indeed. Yeah. It reminded me of a friend of mine, and that's a mutual on Tumblr. But yeah. Basically, you have never been so happy as to find a little yippee. Indeed. And I'm referencing this dress from Fanciful Doll. For Sarah over here. Oh god. It's like really expensive too. It's like I think it's like $500. So it's like really expensive, but it's like handmade. Like I think they sew it. These are like sewn by hand. But hell yes, indeed. But yeah, she's kind of like so one thing about this character is that she like probably ends up making her own prom dress. Basically for like and that's me flagged. I didn't permit the term suckers. Loving these pretty clothes. Because those suckers don't have to pay for nice clothing. There it is! Yeah, I had to permit it. Made you cackle a bit. I probably need to edit my auto mod settings. You know, a little bit. I probably need to do that after stream. Cheebs. Tease, indeed. But yeah. So Serafina is probably like kind of, you know, person who like will just commit piracy but for clothing. And she's go now. Indeed. But basically sometimes she'll like your brain is melting. Indeed. The grammar is slowly deteriorating. But yeah. blame it all on being sick. Yeah. Hamster. That is even indeed. But yeah. Basically, hamster indeed. So, something about Seraphina is, you know, that sometimes she, like, finds something, you know, that she, like, really likes. And, you know, she thinks it's really pretty, but either it is not in her size, or she considers it way too expensive. But yes, greetings, thank you for following Pasta Lover. I still need to make my new follower alert her thingy. But yeah. So, Seraphina, even though she does technically come from money, just gonna let your idiot cat in. Indeed. So, basically, even though she does come from, like, old money, she still lives rather frugally. Like, if he can basically pirate a piece of clothing, she's gonna pirate it. Pirating meaning he makes it herself. Like, she probably even made her own dress form. Like, she, you know, is just like that. Kitty has been acquired, indeed. I don't have any kitties in my room right now. They're probably, like, outside frolicking. Because that's what they do. But yeah. Seraphina is probably like the kind of person who's just like, would you like to know how to make this piece of clothing that is like really expensive? I got you, girl. Just download this pattern and follow the instructions. And you got a fancy new dress. Because sometimes, you know, making something yourself is a little more rewarding, you know, than just buying it yourself. But yeah. I kind of imagine her, like, often making her own clothes if she is capable of, you know, acquiring the materials for it, or if she already has them. Like, if she is, like, able to, you know, make her own little outfit. You know, based off of like the fabrics that she has, and you know, maybe some patterns that she, you know, has as well. She is probably going to end up making her own little outfit. Because, you know, she is capable of doing that. She has the ability to sew. And because of that, she will, you know, often make her own little pieces of clothing. And sometimes, if she, you know, has the measurements, make clothing for other people in her life. Like, I imagine her, you know, like, probably with, like, Jack Darby. Probably, like, making, you know, or tailoring a suit for him because, you know, he is canonically, like, a tall, lanky guy. And just, like, tailoring something for him so that it, you know, fits him. Because she is kind of, you know, she does that because she is capable of, you know, doing that. And besides, why not? Her main philosophy in terms of, like, making clothing is because she can make something that fits her exactly. And she doesn't have to, like, spend hundreds of bucks, like, you know, making, like, buying, you know, a bunch of clothes. Who needs to do that when they can spend hundreds of bucks on fabric? It is basically Serafina in a nutshell. She prefers to just make something herself instead of, like, you know, buying something if, you know, she knows she can make it with anything that she currently has, you know, on hand. Or that she kind of, like, has stored away that she hasn't really used. Because she hasn't had much of a use for it yet. And she also has a bit of an alter ego as well. Basically, something about her is that, you know, because her dad is, you know, the leader of an organization trying to, like, experiment on Transformers and, you know, do stuff with them, she kind of, like, unintentionally gets involved in all of that. Because when she's introduced to, like, Team Prime, the Decepticons kidnapped her. Because, this happens after, Breakdown gets kidnapped, basically, by her dad. And, loses an eye. Through that process. But, yeah. You kind of, like... Ironically enough, like... It happens, like, after she had to go to the hospital. Well, to, like... fix some of her... either, like, remove some of her stitches. Or, like, get a wound checked. But... basically, she kind of, like... ended up being a little ticked off. Because she'd just rather be, home. And, she isn't even able to take off her hospital bracelet before, she gets yoinked by the Decepticons. But she ends up being found. The Autobots end up saving her. And because of, all of that, she ends up being involved in Team Prime. Partially against her own will. So she just ends up staying on base most of the time. Because if she's kind of forced to, be with them, she might as well spend that time working on projects and stuff if she is capable of doing them. During the time she spends with them. So, yeah. She kind of ends up spending a lot of time, on base. Because, she doesn't really want to deal with, all of the fighting. That kind of, like, happens. Throughout, the story of Transformers Prime. Like, sometimes she accompanies the others to, like, sneak onto the Nemesis. But that's mostly because, someone knows a little bit about it. Maybe a little more than the others. But yeah. But yeah. She kind of ends up spending, like, a good amount of time, at the Team Prime base. Because she just decides to use that time to, work on, homework. But, yeah. Sometimes she, you know, does stuff involving her blog. You know, during her time, but she kind of like writes it down on paper. Hold on. Here we go. Yeah, basically, Serafina is like a more reluctant member of the team. I imagine her showing up around like season 2. Like probably like sometime around Smokescreen appearing and becoming part of the team. And I just imagine her ended up being paired with him, and he ends up hating it because she is like preventing him from, you know, speeding around the town. And, you know, committing traffic violations. Basically, that is, they don't really get along, but they, you know, at the very least, Smokescreen doesn't get along with her. And Serafina is just like, dude, chill out. I'm trying to make sure you don't end up with... I'm trying to make sure neither of us get in trouble with the law. Because that would expose your identity. And that would be bad. But yeah, that is kind of like Serafina. She is just like one of the more serious. She's meant to be a little more of a serious character. You know, to kind of like contrast the other characters in, you know, Transformers Prime. Like, she is a bit of a foil to Miko and Jack. But she kind of like... She basically marches to the sound of her own drum, if I am to use like a figure of speech. She, you know, does take the advice of other people in her life. But other than, you know, the advice she takes, she kind of like is relatively independent. Like, she can make her own food. Like, she's capable of feeding herself, she can drive, and she is, like, just someone who tries to be independent because she, you know, doesn't want to overwhelm her mom too much because she knows that, you know, because of her endometriosis, there are times where she can't be as independent and kind of like needs to rely on her family here for stuff. So she tries to like be as independent as possible outside of those times. And, like, you know, try and take responsibilities. Mostly helping around the house and all that. To like compensate for the times where she can't. And when she is incapable of like being independent and like requires help from her family. In order to, you know, function. At least function enough that she isn't just like bedridden. But yeah. I'm going to quickly do the gown on here. Go for the colors. And then I'm going to do my intermission. So that I can like recuperate and probably like have a little snack. But yeah. I'm probably going to spend the next like hour or two like working on my, you know, VTuber model. Like work on my 2.0. Because that is something I kind of need to do. I need to work on that. So that, you know, since, you know, February is coming up and like late February is when my semester begins, I won't be able to stream as frequently. So I'm gonna try to finish some of this stuff here in order to like make sure that I, you know, am able to like be able to not worry about a lot of, you know, the major parts of my 2.0 debut. That, you know, I just don't want to worry too much about it when I, you know, need to kind of work on other things. But other than that, I am going to go do my intermission. Because I need to stretch out my legs. And, you know, stuff. I shall return in a few minutes. Alright. I has returned. So I'm going to go switch to Life to D now. Because I need to get this ball done sooner or later. So yeah. I'm also gonna consume some of the content that I have. You know, as I, do this. That is the wrong one. So I'm gonna have to do a lot of these. You know, kind of like I'm just synthesizing all the corners right now. But let's reset the parameters. So I think I gotta bring these down. I think I did synthesize the colors for here. I need to do that. I think that looks pretty good. All I really need to do now is, you know, to correct all of these. So make sure these all look good. And the main thing here is, you know, I probably should like blended this a little more. All right. There we go. I think this is pretty good. I don't think I need to add this to the physics parameters or anything. But something I probably do need to do is that I need to kind of like add this to the body parameters. Hello, how are you? Ooh, I do well. I'm working on Live 2D stuff. Sounds fun? You're drawing right now? Cool. So right now I'm kind of like trying to add some parameters to, you know, the body, be part of the cursor over here. Eventually I do need to, you know, do the corners. Let's do left arm off. Want to figure out figure out perspective. Partially that. But I just need to rig this onto the parameter so that it looks better. That, and I still need to do the face rig. I'm not sure how I'm going to do it just yet. But I do know that I need to also do some of the hair stuff too. Because for head Z, right now none of this is like connected to the face. The face is moving, the head is moving, so are the front veins, but the rest of the hair is not moving at all. I likely need to add a rotational deformer to this. And then just rig it. Hello Harumi, how are you? I hope you're doing well. I'm just doing Live 2D right now. But yeah. So right now I am... Actually, we have a to-do list for some of the parameters. Ironically enough, it is in a game. So I also have to work on the starting soon screen. But yeah. I'm probably going to need to like consult a tutorial or something. It's just kind of like what I've been kind of doing, you know, for a lot of this stuff. Like, I've already done a lot of the physics for, you know, the body and stuff. Like, I did the physics for the hair. Here I did a booba of physics too. But the main thing is I want to try and at least complete the body. Like all of this here, I'm going to try and complete, and the cursor Y is pretty much complete right now, so I don't really need to worry about that anymore, except for, you know, rigging it along with the body movement. And other than that, it's kind of just I need to do the body Y. I need to do body X and body Z as well. I have not done body Z yet because I plan on doing a little steppy. But once I do the entirety of the body, I'm going to do some of the physics stuff involving the body too, that I kind of need to do. And then I'm going to... So right now I'm kind of like just rigging the left side of the body for the parameters. Because they're basically the same, I can just copy and paste them and then reflect them to the other side, as this is relatively symmetrical. If it was not, I wouldn't do that, but as it is symmetrical, I can. There's also some other stuff I need to do. I need to do the cheek puff. which I'll have to figure out how to do that soon. But I also have this little creature. I've already done a little bit of physics for this. I need to do the Y physics though. That, and there's also the middle finger toggle. But for now, I might need to just focus on the body. Eventually, I will figure out how to do the tail for Subi, who is my Transformers OC. But yeah, that's kind of like what I'm doing for now. I think the first thing I'm gonna try and do is, you know, the arm for the corners. Like the upper body at the very least for the corners. And something I kind of did here. Wait, no, here is I kind of like shifted the hips. Which if I kind of like go to body Z, I need to reset the parameters. So something I need to do is that I need to do like the step. It's looking a little cursed right now, but trust the process. This is eventually going to look a little more cohesive. And basically the big thing here is just, you know, I need to do the big steppy. I'm going to turn off the pant leg. But I also need to turn off the upper leg. But basically, what I'm trying to do here is that I am, you know, trying to do the I just realized I made a mistake. So, basically this moves over here. I am going to turn off the pant leg. And then I'm going to move the whole leg over here. This is basically going to be a step. So eventually I will add like a new keyform here for, you know, the leg going up. But for now, I am going to work on all the parameters. For said steppy to work. And I'm going to do a similar thing over here. And yeah. This is basically what I'm going to be trying to do. Of course, I am only going to be doing this for, you know, the one leg, because this is going to end up being copied and pasted over or to, you know, the other side. So I don't have to like bother having to do a whole nother or a few hours of rigging the whole leg again. Because, you know, why do two legs when you can just do one? And am I right? That's basically like my philosophy is like, I'm trying to work smarter, not harder. And of course, I am going to try and rig the hips to like kind of like move a little bit. You know, to kind of like align itself a little more to, you know, the movement of the leg. So we do that. And eventually at the halfway, we mark here, like at 5 or so, I am going to input a new keyform. I forgot to do I forgot to add a keyform. I am a fool. Dame, dame. Dame yo. Dame, never know. Never wow. Woody, woody, woody. But yeah. This is like my life right now. So I'm probably going to do like the legs first. In terms of like what I need to have copied and pasted. And then I'm going to like work on, you know, the arms. Have those copied and pasted. And just have all the stuff I need to work on worked on. And hopefully by the end of February, this is going to be done. My goal is to complete this before my semester begins. At least, like, the bulk part of the model. Because, as you might be able to infer, I have to do college for the next few months after February happens. Once I kind of know when I, you know, am able to do some stuff, I'm probably gonna try and, you know, since I have an appointment on Wednesday in the city where my campus is, I'm probably going to, after my appointment, go to the student center and get my ID, because one of my classes is going to be in person. So I'm going to try and have my, if I'm able to stream at all, I'm going to try and have, you know, if I'm able to stream at all, I'm going to try and stream during Fridays. I might not be able to do any streams at all. You know, during the semester. Like, partially because of, you know, I'm gonna be a full-time student. I have 4 classes that I need to take. And that I need to pass. So that I can, you know, get some of the classes I have yet to take out of the way. That is like the main thing that I am trying to do. I'm trying to get some of the classes that I am required to take out of the way before I eventually transfer to my new university, which I plan on doing sometime this year. And because of that, I, you know, won't be able to, you know, stream as frequently as, you know, I kind of want to. But yeah, that is kind of like what I plan on doing. And you know, because of that, I kind of need to work on my everything basically. I need to work on the starting soon screen. I need to work on all of the other things that are related to my 2.0 debut. I also need to like plan on if I'm going to add like any accessories to the model that are, you know, like toggles. Basically, I have a lot of things I need to do. And unfortunately, I don't have a lot of time in order to like do all of it. I basically just have a lot of things to do, but not enough time. I have the main thing is I have, you know, school. I have to do assignments so that I can pass. And so I don't have to repeat anything. I really do not want to repeat any classes if necessary. Like, if I don't have to repeat a class, I do not want to repeat a class. Unfortunately, I am repeating a class because the professor pretty much graded all of us very harshly. For some reason or another, I do not know why. But it is what it is. I kind of just need to deal with it. I made a mistake. So I accidentally messed up, this deformer. I do not know when I messed it up, but I did. And now I have to redo a lot of the parameters. It's like the only one I need to really change. But yeah. I'm just gonna do a lot of this. Once I, you know, once I think all of this is good, I'm going to add a new part of the parameter. And that is going to be, you know, what makes this a steppy. But of course, I need to link these up. I need to now go to the upper body. And I need to synthesize corners. And make sure the seams are not all messed up. So I'm going to fix all of these. You know, make sure it's all cohesive. I am doing the seams manually because they can be pretty easy to mess up. So I'm just going to be doing all these, you know, by hand. So, yeah. And of course, I will have to synthesize all the corners. And make sure everything looks good. Alright. Alright. And that seems to be getting pretty good. But I am going to save right here and do a longer intermission, as I want to eat something, you know, before I like try to do any more work on anything. Before I work on anything even more. I shall return in a few minutes. Greetings, I am back. So, I'm going to try and work on, the corners here. And, let's see, so now I need to do the left arm, synthesize quarters. Now, what I need to do is a collar, synthesize quarters. Eventually, I am going to, make this reflect to the other side. So, big thing is, here that, so, I basically am gonna try to kind of like big thing I'm gonna try and do is like I'm going to try and work on so basically I'm going to be trying to work on all of what I can, basically. Like, if it's something I know I can work on, before my semester begins, I'm going to work on it. And I'm going to go... Let's check the physics settings. So, yeah. So, what I'm going to end up doing most likely is, you know, eventually I kind of need to work on the body Z, you know, for, you know, the upper body, which basically involves tilting this from side to side. But eventually I will... That is something I need to do eventually. Keyword is eventually. I might dedicate a whole stream to just working on, you know, this. You know, the body Z. Because I don't really want to, like... I'm probably going to do all the head stuff offline, like, when I'm not streaming. Likely, yeah, I'm gonna end up working on it on Wednesday. Because, as you'll probably know, I have to go to a doctor's appointment that day. And therefore, I can't really, like, you know, do all of my streaming stuff, you know, on that day. What did I mess up? But yeah, this is... pretty much what I'm gonna try and do. You know, over the next month or so. I'm going to try and, you know, work on my model. But I am going to return to working on my starting student screen. So, something I plan on doing, you know, with this model is I plan on running polls over on like Tumblr and or the Discord and Blue Sky. Once, you know, they implement polls into the app. And basically the polls are like, probably like, you know, once every 2 months I basically like have y'all pick out a, you know, new accessory or toggle for me to have. And then, like, once a year, so, like, from 2026 onward, y'all get to vote on, like, a new, like, outfit for me to implement onto my model. Like, kind of like based off of some kind of theme. And maybe it's something lore related, maybe it's not. But if it ends up being lore related, then it will be a little more. It'll probably be a little more vague. Like, probably for like, if I end up doing something with, you know, the hair, it's probably going to be like, what sort of hairstyle do I add for my model next? You know, that sort of thing. That, and I might like make a post on, you know, Blue Sky or something. And like probably make a channel for, you know, the server or on Discord. Like asking if any of y'all have any ideas for like things I can add to, you know, the model, or like assets I can possibly make, you know, to like add to the model. Like, maybe I can add glasses at some point into my 2.0. And y'all can toggle them on and off. Like, I kind of want y'all to, you know, contribute a little bit to some of the creative process for, or the, you know, model, you know? And I think having y'all vote on what, you know, parts of the model I add next would probably be like a good way to do that. And like, you know, having y'all contribute some like inspiration into, you know, the model, like maybe like have some kind of theme. You know, to the new outfit. Like, for example, if I am to like make a poll with like some kind of theme for, you know, the next outfit for, you know, my 2.0, that is probably like what I'm gonna end up doing. Like, maybe once I finish reading Transformers More Than Meets the Eye and start reading Lost Light, I might like make some kind of outfit or asset based off of the series. Like, probably at least make one based off of one of the characters. Maybe like make a like little model based off like Rodimus or something. Yeah. That, of course, is going to have to wait until I'm actually done with the model and I can, you know, add stuff to it. Probably, like, if I end up doing it, you know, any of it, like, before I, you know, complete my major. Like, if I'm still in college, I'll probably, like, reduce the times when I do those, like, assets, like, making those assets and, like, new parts of the model to, like, once a year. And probably, like, once I graduate my university, I'll, you know, add, you know, some... I'll be able to, like, do streaming way more often. And because of that, you know, main thing I want to do is, you know, have me adding stuff to my model on a more regular basis. And maybe eventually I'll make a 3.0 once, you know, my art style has evolved a little more. Maybe one day I'll make a model based off of Subi. That is, of course, something for the future. Like, obviously, I am not going to try and figure out how to make a live 2D rig for a literal robot just yet. That is something for the future. I'm not going to try and, you know, learn how to do live 2D with robots just yet. That is, you know, a learning curve. And it's a learning curve that I do not want to learn just yet. Not while I, you know, am almost going to start a new semester of college. Maybe once I'm no longer actively in the education, maybe then I'll, like, consider or, like, trying to, you know, learn and how to make a live 2D model that is, you know, based off of a robot. But for now, as while I am, you know, in the middle of my education, basically, I am not going to do that. That is going to be way too much work. And besides, as I'm kind of, like, getting closer and closer to actively being in a college semester, I don't want to make my college career harder on myself. So I'm going to be really restrictive of what I do, like, outside of, you know, all of my assignments and stuff, you know, as I am, you know, actively in my semester. Like, am I probably going to end up working on, like, some small stuff? Most likely. I might I try to like slowly incorporate new things into my streaming in, you know, over the semester. But am I going to do something very drastic? You know, like trying to add even more stuff to my model? Hell no! That is too much even for me. And I'd like to, you know, have my classes done. I'd like to be able to complete my classes in a timely manner. Because if I can't, I might end up failing them and have to take them again. I'd like to avoid doing that. You know? It's most definitely a bad idea to try and do, like, something major. Like, doing a live 2D model while I am actively in the middle of a college semester. That would be a little inconvenient, wouldn't it? It would be pretty inconvenient to do that. So, because of, you know, the whole semester thing, I'm very likely going to work on some more mild stuff. Like, stuff that doesn't involve, like, rigging a model from scratch. And once it is done, which my semester ends around, like, May 9th, so I am probably going to end up, like, you know, probably, like, working on my model a little more, like, probably, like, during, you know, the latter half of my semester. I know that in March, like a week or so after my semester begins, I have spring break. And if I, you know, decide to go through with that temptation, I'm probably going to end up working on, you know, my assignments a lot during that time, so I don't have to worry about them and when, you know, final exams come around. Basically, the main thing I want to do is just work on everything as soon as I can so that I am free to, like, work on other things once my semester is over. Basically, I kind of like so objectives for, you know, the semester. 1, make sure I do everything on time or early if I'm able to. Make sure that, you know, I do not fail. And during, you know, spring break, like, probably just, like, end up grinding my classes so hard, or that I just do as much as I am able to do, since, you know, 3 of my classes are, you know, online. And if, you know, they allow me to, like, do some of my assignments early, like, way earlier than they are actually due, I'm gonna try and do them as early as I'm able to. Maybe I'll, like, kind of, like, do certain classes, you know, during that break. Like, if they are not the ones that I am, if it's not the class that is in person, I'm probably going to end up doing a bunch of assignments from, you know, those classes, you know, over spring break, so I don't have to, like, do them later when I, you know, when it's closer to the end of the semester. Just, like, I want to be able to stop to do all of that as, you know, early as I can, basically. So, if, you know, if I can, like, do one of the classes, like, if I can finish one of the classes early and only have to worry about, like, 3 classes total for the rest of the semester, I am going to take the opportunity and, you know, do that. Like, I feel like it would be something to, like, you know, do. Like, if I am able to, like, stream some of the assignments, I probably will. You know, stream myself working on them. But of course, some of them I might not be able to do, you know, while with y'all. And for those, I just need to settle on, you know, just Pavloving myself to the best of my ability. I recently got Spirit to do lo-fi sessions, so I'm probably going to try and use that to, like, help me with, you know, getting all my assignments done on time. So that, you know, once I am able to get everything done on time, or early, even, I can end up just dedicating time to working on stuff like this. Like, I want to be able to, you know, get all of this done as soon as I am physically capable of getting it done. Unfortunately, as, you know, a student, this means I might not be able to get some things as done as I want them to be in those cases, I kind of just need to survive. But, you know, once I'm able to, like, do all of them, like, once I'm able to kind of, like, get all of my assignments done for the semester, as soon as I am able to, I am going to start working on, you know, all of this so that I can, you know, debut my new model as soon as I am able to. I just want to try and get this done before for the summer. So I can have some time with y'all in my new model. Well, until I eventually have to go back to doing school again. But yeah. That is kind of like what I am gonna try and do. You know, over the next few months, I'm going to try and get, like, for the starting soon, I'm going to try and at the very least get, you know, Ashlyn done here. I'm going to try and get her done. So that all I need to do is, you know, like, work on these two things. And, you know, just... I kind of just want to be able to get this done. So that once I, you know, once I am complete with, you know, all of this, I can just work on what I want to work on. And what I want to work on is my model and everything that comes with it. So, yeah. It's gonna take me some time in order to, like, get everything done. But rest assured, when I am done and with my semester, I am going to just physically yeet myself as soon as I am able to go and prepare a schedule for when I return. Like, that is what I plan to do. You know? I just want to try and get everything done as soon as I am physically capable of getting everything done. And once I am done with everything here, including, of course, the model, I am going to try and debut it. I, of course, need to recreate some of the debut slides. Skeleton Ace, indeed, it is me. I'm just rambling about, you know, college. And, you know, what I plan on doing, like, immediately. Once, you know. Like, immediately once my semester is over, I'm going to yeet myself to make myself a new schedule and try to debut the model. Like, as soon as I am able to. Of course, that all hinges on whether everything is done. That and, you know, when I eventually do debut the model, I'm going to do a write-a-thon for, you know, working on Patchoulie's Revenge. Because I want to try and, you know, get that done. Like, I want to try and get a good chunk of it done. You know, before my next semester begins. So I'm not, like, too worried about it. But how are you doing, Empato? I hope you do well. I'm in, like, the last 20 or so minutes of stream. So I'm gonna be ending kind of soon. I plan on doing Undertale until tomorrow. Oh, as well. We are in the Hotlands. And right now. And we already encountered Mettaton. Somewhat. To some degree of Mettaton. We haven't encountered his humanoid form from just yet. So, yeah. I wanted to try and at least, you know, hit some of this part of the starting soon screen. Like, at the very least, have a static image of it for, you know, because eventually I plan on animating this in Live 2D. It will add some, like, motion tweening. But obviously I can't really, like, work on this if the art isn't complete. I'll probably, like, animate the starting soon screen, which is this one, like, after my semester is done. I don't think I am gonna have the time during my semester, at least during the beginning and the end, in order to, like, work on this, you know, all the way. And because of that, I don't know how long this will take. This is, at the very least, going to take a few months. You know, I plan on trying to, at the very least, work on this while I am, you know, before my semester begins. Once it begins, I'm going to try and just focus on, you know, school. You know, getting my education. But once I am, you know, free of the semester, I'm going to start kind of, like, work on, you know, all of the assets and stuff that I have yet to make and stuff. I also need to I need to make a new icon for myself. Oh, you know, based on my new model. So actually, let me go figure something out. So basically, so for like all of March and April, I have college to do. So May, June, and July are, you know, what I need to figure out what I'm going to do. My semester ends on May 9th, so once that is done, I can continue, like, doing stuff again. You know, that is not education related. So in May, I'm going to do the stuff. Is probably what I'm going to be doing in May. June, probably like debut the model between, you know, June and July. And then during July, during like July or something, I'm probably going to like dedicate that whole month to doing a write-a-thon. So basically, during the write-a-thon, I'm going to be dedicating every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday to writing the story of Patchoulie's Revenge. So July starts on a Tuesday, which means that I'm going to go get up my calendar, actually. So if I don't close it on accident. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so I'll basically have 9 total streams of just working on my story, which if I work on half a chapter every single stream, So if I work on half a chapter per stream, that equals 4.5. So if I do the write-a-thon during July, that means I'll be able to work on, you know, 4.5 chapters in total for Patchley's Revenge. Which basically means I can get like a whole arc done within the month of July, right, pretty much. You know, just mathematics and all that. Which, depending on which arcs I do, which I'm probably going to end up working on Funiculum Vulgaire, which is the second arc, you know, from, you know, like, during my semester. So, like, try and have, like, an hour worth of writing sessions. It's, like, at least once a week when I am able to write. And then once I, you know, am able to do all the chapters, I will post them to my Tumblr and AO3. I've been kind of neglecting my AO3, not gonna lie. But once they are done, I'll probably like try to work on them at least like once a week. Kind of like what I've been doing, you know, for the past few months that I've started doing my Writing Wednesdays for the story. But yeah. And I'm going to work on the line art for the hair. You know, while I am, you know, streaming. So, yeah. Let's grab the concept art. But yeah. This is like what I plan on doing. You know, during the whole semester. I'm basically just gonna work on my 2.0 stuff, and you know, once I get into my semester, I'm going to work on that, and once my semester is over, I will return to streaming And like, if I still have some stuff to do, I will go do that. But hopefully, like, probably like July, like probably like June, because that's you know, the time frame that I, you know, like June of 2022 was when I first started streaming. So like, I'll be debuting my new Live 2D model like 11 months after, you know, I debuted this one, which ended up being like really, really rushed. Like, I'm sure that y'all probably remember, like, for some time, like, after I debuted I debuted this model, because it was still not finished, I ended up just, like, going back to my Vroid model to just, like, you know, do all of my streams until I, you know, finished, you know, doing the stuff for I needed to do for, you know, my current model. And then I started using it again. So yeah. Once I'm done with, you know, doing the line art for this, I'm probably going to end stream. Of course, I'm probably going to end up working on this offline, so that, you know, I can get this done. At the very least, try to finish, you know, all of the, like, stuff for, like, the main body over here. So that I can then, you know, work on other stuff. And once I am done with that, all of that, I can go work on the new ending screen. And once I'm done with the ending screen, I'll probably like start working on some panels for, you know, my Twitch about. Then I'll start doing some of the alerts. And once all of those are done, I think I might be free to start doing the presentation for my debut. And, you know, this has been quite a journey for me, you know, VTubing and stuff. Like, I honestly didn't expect to, like, have this end up being the medium which I, you know, stream with. Like, if you like talked to me in high school and said that in the future I'd be a VTuber, or who just did a lot of stuff, had a lot of purple, I'm pretty sure I'd just past me would be like, what's a VTuber? Because I did not know about what VTubing was until I, you know, was an adult and had been doing it for a month or two. So yeah. This has been a journey for me. You know, over the past like nearly 3 years of me streaming, you know, on this hell site. It's been 3 goddamn years. And y'all got to witness me grow as a creator. From barely speaking at all to just yapping y'all's ears off. It's just kind of like... It's been a while since I started. And yeah. You know, once I... Hopefully this year or next year will be like the year I get to affiliate and I'm able to do a little more fun stuff. And the main thing I kind of want to do is like, I want to do a lot more like writing content, even though it doesn't really bring in viewers a lot since I'm pretty silent most of the time, you know, as I write. I streaming myself doing that, you know, helps me with actually doing it. That, and eventually I plan on trying to, you know, open up my commissions on VGen. I need to probably like go like have my IDs updated. But once I'm able to get commissioned on VGen, I will figure out, I'll set up my portfolio on there first, you know, with all of my characters and stuff. But other than that, I'm just really excited for finally being able to debut this model this year. But I am going to be ending stream, so I'm going to turn down the volume a little bit. So thanks everyone who came here today, even if it was just for like a teeny little bit. But I appreciate y'all nonetheless. Bye, Purple. Indeed. But yeah, tomorrow is going to be Undertale. I have an appointment on Wednesday, so I will not be doing any writing Wednesdays. Thursday is going to be more art. I'm not sure what I'm going to do just yet, but I am probably going to just work on, you know, my starting soon screen and my live to be stuff. Like, you know, do some of the toggles that I have yet to work on. But, yeah. Once I, you know, am able to, like, get all of this done, I am probably going to, like, I am likely going to end up just doing a lot of work. Like, I'm going to try and get this thing done little by little. And once I am done with it, I can finally rest easy. And, you know, work on, stuff that, I want to do that is not really related to streaming at all. So, yeah. I'll be here tomorrow at 1 p.m. EST. That is 1300 for those who use the 24-hour clock. But, yeah. I'll be here tomorrow with Undertale. And see y'all then. Bye, y'all!